Good afternoon, Crabs fans around the world and around the block, listening on the World Wide Web and on the radio. Crabs Baseball is on the air. This is Benjamin Schaefer along with Liam Warner, and we're excited to bring you all the action today as the Crabs take on the Bercovich Honors for the rubber game of a three-game weekend series. It's been a great series so far, Liam.
Yeah, the Crabs were shut down on Friday. Bercovich pitched really well, and they got some clutch hits, and the Crabs capitalized off of a lot of Bercovich mistakes last night, so should be a fun game. We'll see what happens.
All right, let's give you the lineups for the opposing teams.
Yes, for the Honors, leading off for them will be their shortstop, Bobby Brown. Batting second will be the designated hitter, Jackson Nystrom. Batting third will be the left fielder, Malachi Francois. Batting fourth will be the third baseman, Zach Gardner. Batting fifth will be the right fielder, Caden Wild. Batting sixth will be the catcher, Ben Johnston. Batting seventh will be the first baseman, Matthew Cormier. Batting eighth will be the center fielder, James Gracer. Batting ninth will be the second baseman, Caleb Chance. And on the mound for the Honors will be Jake Fields.
All right, thanks, Liam. For our Crabs, Cubby Cortez at second base leads off. Peyton Miller bats second in left field. Colby Lunsford at third base bats third. Billy Ham, the cleanup hitter, is at first base. Griffin Meyer, the DH, bats fifth. Luke Reese at shortstop bats sixth. Kavanasaurus will catch and bat seventh. Luke Brown in right field bats eighth. Andrew Crane in center field bats ninth. And on the mound for the Crabs, it's Andrew Long. And let me give you the stats for Andrew.
Nolan Long,
excuse me. Nolan Long, 22 2/3 innings pitched. He has a record of 4-0, an ERA of just 1.98. So some great numbers for Nolan Long. And left-handed pitcher for the Crabs. And so we're looking forward to another great ball game today, Liam. And here's Liam to take you all the action.
Thank you, Benjamin. And usually the Sunday pitcher is the highest honor a Crabs starting pitcher can get. That is the top spot. Nolan Long has definitely earned that spot. He's pitched very well.
I would say.
Overcast day here in downtown Arcata. When I walked to the ballpark this morning, it was misty. And
well, surprise, surprise, overcast in Arcata.
No moisture in the air anymore, but it's still overcast, and it should be overcast for the rest of the game, I would imagine.
The sun was beginning to break out a little bit in Eureka.
Well, not up north here in Arcata.
But we'll see.
All right, Bobby Brown stepping in, and we are about ready to go. And the first pitch of the ball game is up high, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch in there for a called strike, and it's 1-1. Michael Cowan is behind home plate, and Kyle Prager is at first. Topo Padilla is at third. The umpires, a 1-1, a swing and a miss. Foul tipped into the glove. It's 1-2.
So Padilla and the other umpire, who's the second
Kyle
umpire?
Prager.
They're new umpires for this ballpark. Am I right about that?
I believe they are visiting umpires. The 1-2 pitch is up high, 2-2. A few times during the season, we will have a couple of umpires come in from out of the area, and they are usually joined by one of the local umpires. Today, that's Michael Cowan. The 2-2 misses just inside, and the count goes full 3-2. It's good to get some, new eyes on the game. The 3-2 is low and inside, ball 4, and that's how this game gets started. A leadoff walk to Bobby Brown, and that is going to bring in Jackson Nystrom.
Next up, designated hitter, number 22, Jackson Nystrom.
Pitch to Nystrom is a swing and a miss, and it's 0-1.
Nystrom was 3 for 5 last night.
Yeah, had a good night.
And 2 for 4 the night before, so he's had a good series.
0-1 is a fly ball out to right field. Luke Brown goes back a few steps and makes the catch. The right fielder play at first, and Bobby Brown just gets back safely. 1 away.
Got a shout out up to the booth to Crabs player number 3, Mason Harada from Mom and Dad.
And that's going to bring in Malachi Francois.
Francois, 0 for 5 last night, but hit a 3-run homer Friday night.
And I was going to say that he hit an absolute bomb onto the freeway on Friday night. That thing was crushed. That's one of the hardest home runs I've seen hit by any player this season.
Yeah. But he was handcuffed last night by Sasso and Chavez.
And a throw over to first, and Bobby Brown is back in standing. Pitch to Francois is a swing and a miss. Throw back down to first, and Bobby Brown just gets back in safely. Good throw by Kavanasaurus behind the plate down to first. Bobby Brown, he's almost been caught leaning a couple of times. The 0-1 is a swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Foul tipped into the glove. Throw over to first, and Bobby Brown is back in safely. The 0-2, this is just inside 1-2. I know you're going to disagree with me, Benjamin, but I do think, in my opinion, a good idea if they implemented the disengagement rule here at Crabs games. The 1-2, runner goes, pitch is fouled off to the right, out of play. Still 1-2. I don't think the pitch clock would work here.
I was going to say, you could convince me to go for the pitch clock. I don't think you can convince me to go for that rule.
I mean, the pitch clock wouldn't work just because.
Who's going to do it?
Yeah, who's going to do it? I mean, we'd have to install pitch clocks everywhere.
Yeah.
I think the disengagement rule could work. And I think all the throwovers
Well, this team
slow
particularly.
down the game.
This honors team particularly does a lot of throwovers.
Yeah. The 1-2 pitch, and that's popped up foul on F Street again. Still 1-2.
That foul ball brought to you by College of the Redwoods. Expertise and affordability, a hidden gem in the trees.
And a reminder that foul balls are sponsored by College of the Redwoods. Throw over to first again, and Bobby Brown is back in standing. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike
nasty.
3. High and away, and Francois went after it and did not get anything. 2 down. Runner still at first. And that's going to bring in Zach Gardner.
Superhero Sunday.
Gardner, let's see, last night, Gardner was 1 for 2, and then he was removed for a pinch hitter in the 6th. And then Friday night, he was 3 for 4.
These Bercovich honors hitters, they're pretty good. They've done quite a few hits.
Yeah.
Runner goes, pitch to Gardner is high and outside. The throw down to second, and Bobby Brown's got second stolen easily. He got a really big jump.
Honestly, that's the thing about the throwovers is I don't know that they're really that effective ultimately.
Yeah.
I mean, once in a while, if you're going to pick somebody off, I get that. But just to throw over to keep him close, as it were, I don't know if that ever really works.
I mean, there were a couple of times where Nolan Long and Kavanasaurus almost got Bobby Brown.
Yeah.
Leaning off of first. So
Yeah.
I kind of understand why they kept going over there because they almost had him.
It just seems like the more often you do it, the less likely you are to pick him off.
The 1-0 pitch is fouled off to the right onto F Street. It's 1-1. And I just like the idea. You get 2 throwovers, and then if you throw over a third time, you have to get the runner or else it's a balk.
Yeah, I don't like it. But I see your point.
Yeah. Couple looks a second. The 1-1 pitch is a slow ground ball to the second baseman, Cubby Cortez. He comes in, throw over to first just in time, and that's going to do it here in the top of the first. The Honors strand a runner at second, but they don't score. It's Honors 0. Crabs coming up in the bottom of the first. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata, bottom of the first inning. We are scoreless between the Bercovich Honors and the Humboldt Crabs. And now here is Benjamin Schaefer to give you the defensive orientation for the Honors.
So it's Jake Fields on the mound. The catcher is Ben Johnson. At first base is Matthew Cormier. Caleb Chance is at second. Zach Gardner's at third. Bobby Brown at short. Let's see. In left field, we have Malachi Francois in left, James Gracer in center, and Caden Wild out in right field.
So Cubby Cortez will lead it off for the Crabs. He's been an outstanding leadoff hitter.
He has indeed. He comes in batting .306, but a .514 on base percentage.
Decent.
In fact, that is third on the club.
Pitch to Cortez in there for a called strike, 0-1. I mean, he was leading the team in on-base percentage for a while and walks, but some other guys have been battling with him for that top spot in those categories.
Yeah, he's second in walks now to McKernan.
0-1 is a line drive on a hop to the shortstop, Bobby Brown. He picks it up, throw to first, one away. And that's going to bring in Peyton Miller.
Hey, let's hear it for the bat boy.
Peyton Miller batting .286, a .375 on base percentage.
And now left fielder number 2.
Peyton Miller's been really good with the bunt this season. Obviously no one on base. That's pretty unlikely unless he wants to bunt for a hit. Pitch to Peyton Miller is a fly ball out to right field. The right fielder Wild racing over towards the line, and it drops just fair. And Peyton Miller is going to have a bloop one-out single.
Right on the line, about probably less than a foot off the line, I would say.
It's perfectly placed. And Caden Wild, the right fielder, made a good effort, but just couldn't get there. It's going to bring in Colby Lunsford. He has been another outstanding offensive threat, just like last season.
.338 batting average, .465 on base percentage, .559 slugging. His batting average has dropped a little bit in the last week or so, though. Hasn't been hitting as much this weekend.
Pitch to Lunsford is low, 1-0. He also leads the team in home runs with 3, although the Crabs are not a very prolific home run hitting team this season.
He was 0 for 2 last night, and Friday night he was 0 for 3.
1-0 pitch is a fly ball out towards right center field. Wild, the right fielder, ranging to his right. He makes the catch. Peyton Miller is going to race back to first, 2 away.
A birthday shout-out sent up to the booth to Mason Harada from Maya. Happy 19th birthday, Mason.
And that's going to bring in Billy Ham.
Billy Ham batting .420, .478 on base percentage, .630 slugging average.
He's been outstanding.
Yeah, he has.
Wyatt Reginato has been out for
did we
about
know
the last week or so.
What's going on with Wyatt Reginato?
I don't know for sure.
He came out of that game, remember, when he caught, has he played since he came out of that game?
I think he did, but then he might have played in one game since.
There was like a Sunday afternoon game a couple weeks ago where he came out, right?
Yeah, he played in the outfield and then was subbed out before his at-bat in the bottom of the first. Throw over to first, and Miller's back. So Billy Ham right now is the active leading hitter for the Crabs. Throw over to first again. Peyton Miller is back in safely.
Actually, Myers is hitting 429.
Oh, yeah. Griffin Myers. I mean, it's been between Griffin Myers and Billy Ham,
Those
Wyatt
two,
Reginato.
Yeah, those three. Yeah.
For the top hitter spots. The 1-0 is inside. It's 2-0.
But Ham leads in slugging, 630. Reginato was a little bit higher, but.
The 2-0 pitch misses up high, 3-0. And Billy Ham's hit 2 home runs, and were both no doubters off the windows of City Hall in right field.
No, when he hits one, it stays hit.
Yeah. He doesn't hit any cheapies. 3-0 pitch, high and outside, ball 4. He walks on 4 pitches. It's going to be first and second with 2 outs, and that's going to bring in Griffin Myers, who I mentioned just earlier is also been a very great hitter for the Crabs.
Hitting 429, 494 on base percentage, 571 slugging.
I mean, it's going to be a pretty tight battle for the MVP award at the
Yes, it is.
end of the season.
Yes, it is.
Pitch to Myers is low and outside, 1-0. He is not in the lineup today, but today is Mason Harada's 19th birthday. Happy birthday, Mason. His family's here. I met his parents last night. Very nice people.
Yeah, they're right below us here all the way from Hawaii.
Yeah. The honors pitcher Field steps off the mound, and catcher Ben Johnston is going to go out there and talk to him real quick. Quick meeting.
Tuesday and Wednesday for this weekend series against the Bay Area Admirals, and will include favorite jersey night and science fiction night.
Right, chance for Griffin Myers to put the Crabs on the board first and second, 2 outs. A 1-0 count. The pitch is a ground ball to the right side of the infield. The first baseman Cormier flips to the pitcher covering at first, and that's going to do it. Here in the bottom of the first inning, we are scoreless as we head to the top of the second. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata, top of the second inning. We are scoreless between the Bercovich Honors and the Humboldt Crabs, and here's Benjamin Schaefer to give you the defensive alignment for the Crabs.
Okay, it's Nolan Long on the mound. Cavanosaurus is catching. Billy Ham at first. Cubby Cortez at second. Colby Lunsford at third. Luke Reese at short. Peyton Miller in left. Andrew Crane in center, and Luke Brown in right.
It'll be Caden Wild step in for the Honors, followed by Ben Johnston and Matthew Cormier. And the pitch to Wild is in there for a called strike. It's 0-1.
Wild 0-2 last night, and I believe he played, yes, and he was 0-2 on Friday night, although he's drawn some walks.
That one pitch is in the dirt, and it's 1-1. One pitch right down the middle for a called strike. It's 1-2. Nolan Long, he works quick. I really like that about him. The 1-2 is a swing, and the ball gets away from the catcher, Soares. He throws to first. The throw is high, and Billy Ham got the foot down in time. A great play, 1 down. A swing and a miss strikeout for Caden Wild, but the ball got away from Soares, and a good throw down to first, and a good catch by the first baseman, Billy Ham, getting the foot down in time.
Yeah, that could have been bad news.
It was very close being bad news. Johnston will step in, and the pitch is fouled off to the right. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch in there for a called strike, and it's 0-2. 0-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. That was a nasty breaking ball that had some downward movement. 2 down.
3 strikeouts now for Long.
And that's going to bring in Matthew Cormier.
Cormier last night 0 for 3 with a sacrifice fly, and then Friday night he didn't play.
Pitch to Cormier is a slow ground to the second baseman, Cubby Cortez. He picks it up, throws to first, and that's going to do it. Here in the top of the second, the honors go in order. We are scoreless as we head to the bottom of the second inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata, bottom of the second inning. We are scoreless between the Crabs and the Honors. And due up for the Crabs, it is going to be Luke Reese, Cavanasaurus, and Luke Brown. Luke Reese has been another
great too.
Really good offensive threat for the Crabs.
Yeah. Batting .440, 538 on-base percentage, 560 slugging average. He's actually second on the team in OPS.
He's in there for a strike. It's 0-1. I mean, all the talk is about Wyatt Reginato
and Myers and Ham, but Reese is right up there with him.
He's kind of the dark horse.
In fact, he's ahead of both Myers and Ham in batting average.
He isn't talked about very often, but he is up there. The 0-1 is low and outside, 1-1. Quietly being one of the best hitters for the Crabs. One pitch in there for a called strike. It's 1-2. I see more sunlight making its way into the ballpark. 1-2 pitch is a high drive to left field. Francois going back at the track, and he makes the catch. That made a loud sound off the bat. But just a deep fly ball to left. One away, and that's going to bring in Cavanasaurus.
Next up, the catcher, number 10, Cavanasaurus.
Soares is in there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch misses outside, and it's 1-1. He 1-1 way inside. Almost got a piece of Soros. Ducks out of the way. It's 2-1. 2-1 pitch. Lashed, fouled on the third base line. It's 2-2. Two, almost hit him again. As he ducks out of the way, gets count goes full 3-2. Not very hard pitches thrown by Fields, but way inside. 3-2 pitch, up high, ball 4. Soros works the walk. That's gonna bring in Luke Brown.
Next up, right fielder, number 17, Luke Brown.
Brown's still trying to get it together offensively. Just coming in just at 122.
He's been a really outstanding outfielder, though, for the Crabs.
The defense is great.
And he made a catch in San Luis Obispo that I won't forget. The pitch to Brown, way inside, off the glove of Ben Johnston, and that's going to allow Soros to go to second.
Pass ball.
On the pass ball. I mean, Luke Brown, he jumped up in left field in San Luis Obispo and robbed a sure home run that one of the Blues hitters hit. Really was an outstanding catch. So Crabs with a chance to get on the board. The 1-0 is a fly ball out to center field. Gracer going back a few steps, back to the track. He makes the catch. Soros tags up. He's going to head for third. He will get there safely. Runner at third with 2 outs. And that's going to bring in Andrew Crane.
Number 8, Andrew Crane.
Crane batting 204. 322 on base percentage.
Pitch to Crane, misses outside, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch fouled back, and it's 1-1.
50 tickets in the stands, 50 tickets being sold in the stands as we speak. Make sure you're investing in all the colors available today. Increase your chances to win the big bucks.
1-1 pitch is grounded foul at the plate. And it's 1-2. One-two pitch, check swing, and missed outside, and he checked down to first by Michael Cowan, home plate umpire, and he didn't go. It's 2-2.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, I thought that was
he went.
Well, I mean, first and foremost, I thought that was a strike.
Well, yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, right.
I thought that was a called strike 3, but apparently it missed outside, and apparently Andrew Crane didn't swing. So another life for him at the plate. The 2-2 is a high fly ball to left. Francois, the left fielder, racing in, and he makes the catch, and that's going to do it. Here in the bottom of the second, the Crabs strand a runner at third. We are still scoreless as we head to the top of the third inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to the ballpark. Top of the third inning. We are scoreless between the Crabs and the Bercovich Honors. Crabs baseball is brought to you by Six Rivers Solar. Six Rivers Solar has been Humboldt County's #1 solar installer since 1980. We're here to help you save the planet and your wallet. Give us a call at 707-443-5652 to schedule a free consultation and let Six Rivers Solar help you achieve energy independence. Go Crabs, go. James Gracer will lead it off for the Bercovich Honors against Nolan Long, followed by Caleb Chance and Bobby Brown. Pitch to Gracer is in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 to Gracer is a high chopper to third baseman Lunsford. He gloves it, throw to first, one away. And that's going to bring in Caleb Chance. Giants game just getting started at Oracle Park in San Francisco. Rubber match against the Colorado Rockies. Pitch to Chance. This is just outside, 1-0. This is your last chance to see Major League Baseball for a little over a week. Or a little less than a week, I think. The 1-0 in there for a called strike. It's 1-1. And then the darkest weekend in the sports calendar coming up next week, where there is really nothing on. The 1-1 is a fly ball. It's going to get over the head of the second baseman, Cubby Cortez, and drop right in front of Luke Brown in right field for a base hit. A one-out single. Let's bring in the top of the order in Bobby Brown. I don't really care about the home run derby, to be honest. Pitch to Bobby Brown is outside, 1-0. I mean, there's probably end up watching the NBA Summer League. That's going on in Las Vegas. One-0 pitch in there for a called strike. It's 1-1, and then we'll have updates on the All-Star game on Tuesday night's game here. The 1-1 is a pop-up to shallow right field. Luke Brown coming in a few steps, makes the catch, 2 away. Runner at first. And that's going to bring in Jackson Nystrom, who's been red hot in this series. Pitch to Nystrom, runner goes, pitch is fouled, straight back to the screen. It's 0-1. And Caleb Chance will have to return to first. Long look in from Nolan Long. The 0-1 pitch is up high. And it's 1-1. Over to first, and Caleb Chance back in standing. If you're a soccer fan, there's a big match tonight between the U.S. men's national team and Canada. Gold Cup quarterfinal. 4:30. So watching that after this game. The 1-1 that's popped up out of play off to the right, and it's 1-2.
A foul ball sponsored by Culture Records. Expertise and affordability. A hidden gem in the trees.
The set. And the 1-2 pitch is fouled off to the right, out of play. Still 1-2.
When you get a chance. Thank you.
Oh, Long all of a sudden slowing it way down. The 1-2 and misses up high, 2-2.
I didn't mean to rush you. One of each, please.
Nolan Long seems like he's a lot slower out of the stretch than he is out of the windup. Which, I mean, tends to happen with a lot of pitchers. Want to work slow when there's a runner on base. Two is a high pop-up out to left field. Peyton Miller coming in a few steps and then stops and makes the catch, and that's going to do it here in the top of the third. We are still scoreless as we head to the bottom of the third inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata, bottom of the third inning. The Crabs and the Honors are scoreless. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Cypress Grove. Cypress Grove is the leading producer of delicious artisan goat cheese that makes you want to do the happy dance, including Humble Fog, one of the most famous cheeses in the country. Proudly based in Arcata, California, Cypress Grove cheeses are available at cheese shops and grocery stores nationwide and online at cypressgrovecheese.com. Top of the order due up for the Crabs, Cubby Cortez first, and then followed by Peyton Miller and Colby Lunsford. Pitcher's duel so far through 2.5. Pitch to Cortez is fouled straight back to the screen, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch misses outside, and it's 1-1. In there for a called strike, and it's 1-2. 1-2 pitch misses up high, and it's 2-2.
Sit down, my chair, huh?
2-2 is lashed to the third baseman. Gardner, he bobbles it, and it trickles behind him, and that's going to allow Cubby Cortez to reach. You see the play, official scorer? Yeah, Finn's calling it an error. I think I'm going to have to agree. That's going to be an error on the third baseman, Zach Gardner. That's going to bring in Peyton Miller. Our official scorer was too busy eating his hot dog to see the play. Pitch to Peyton Miller. He shows bunt, and bunts it right down the first base line, and then it just dies, although I think it hit off of something in the box.
I think they're going to call it foul.
Yeah, it's a foul ball. I thought I heard it hit something.
I think it hit, yeah.
Maybe it hit his bat twice, or
Would have been a great bunt.
yeah,
Because the catcher had no idea where the ball
that would
was.
have been a beautiful bunt. And the umpires are going to talk about it.
Hey, don't forget about the youth baseball teams, boys and girls.
But he laid down the bunt. I heard it hit something, either his bat or off of his body or something like that. And I mean, there's a reason that bunt was so good. I mean, it just died right in front of home plate. And so I believe they're going to stick with the call on the field that it was a foul ball. And so Cubby Cortez will remain at first. 0-1 count on Peyton Miller. There's a show bunt again. The 1 pitch misses way up high, and it's bobbled by the catcher, Ben Johnston, but Cubby Cortez back to first. Yeah, pitch out by James Fields. Cubby Cortez is fast. The 1-1, and Cortez back to first. I believe Benjamin, he's up there in stolen bases. 1-1, he shows bunt. Cubby went. It's popped up right in the infield. Cubby's going to have to race back to first, and it's dropped by the shortstop, Bobby Brown. But did he catch it, and it was dropped on the transfer? Or they called infield fly. That's right. So infield fly rule was called, so the batter's out. I guess they got the force at second.
And they called
so
it
it's
force
a fielder's
at second.
choice.
Yeah, it's a fielder's choice. Cubby Cortez, by the way, had 6 stolen bases. Lunsford leads with 19, and then Soros has 10.
So Peyton Miller reaches on the fielder's choice. Runner at first, 1 out. That's going to bring in Colby Lunsford. And Robin Guyver's out there to talk to the third base umpire, and I believe that's what he's arguing, is that infield fly should have been called, right? If there's a runner at first, Benjamin, don't they usually call an infield fly as soon as the... Oh, yeah, it's 2 runners, I guess. I mean, I thought the whole point of the infield fly was to keep the other team from intentionally dropping it to get a double play. So I thought you would do it if there was only a runner on first. Because you could drop it and intentionally get a double play if there's only a runner on first. Doesn't matter if there's a runner on first or first and second. But anyway, Colby Lunsford will step in, and the pitch is low, and it's 1-0. Don Hofacker's watching. Maybe could clarify that rule. And throw over to first, and Peyton Miller's back in safely. Don Hofacker is our unofficial rules expert. You know how, like, when you watch an NFL game, you have the retired referee who's comes on and explains the rules. The 1-0 is a fly ball in the center field. Gracer, the center fielder, really didn't have to move at all, and makes the catch 2 away. Runner first, 2 down. That's going to bring in Billy Ham.
Next up, number 30, Billy Ham.
Pitch to Ham, way inside. Did that hit him? Yes, it did. So that hit off of his leg, I believe, and ricocheted back towards the Crabs dugout, but dead ball. So first and second, 2 outs, and that's going to bring in Griffin Myers.
Next up, Crabs designated hitter, number 22, Griffin Myers.
Another chance for the Crabs to get on the board first. They've had plenty of them so far in this game. They just have not been able to capitalize. Pitch to Myers, misses inside. It's 1-0. 1-0 pitch is in the dirt, and both runners are going to go. The throw down to third, and Peyton Miller is going to get in there safely. So both runners are going to advance on the wild pitch. It's now second and third with 2 outs. Billy Ham going to second on the play, of course. (2-0) to Griffin Myers. The pitch is grounded foul at the plate. It's 2-1. (2-1) is grounded right to the first baseman Cormier. He bobbles it a bit, and then he flips to the pitcher. Fields covering, and that's going to do it here in the bottom of the third. Again, the Crabs strand runners in scoring position. We are still scoreless as we head to the top of the fourth inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata. Top of the fourth inning. We are scoreless between the Honors and the Crabs. Leading off for the Honors, it will be Malachi Francois, followed by Jake Gardner and Caden Wild against Nolan Long.
Series finale against the Bercovich Honors. Up to bat for the Honors. Number 19, Malachi.
Each team with just one hit through 3 innings. It's been a pitcher's duel. Pitch to Francois is a line drive into left field and caught by Peyton Miller, who dives towards the ground and makes the catch. Great catch by Peyton Miller out in left field. Dove out, was able to just snatch that ball before it hit the ground.
Next up, number 15, Zach Gardner.
One thing this Crabs team has been very good at is defense. They're a very good defensive team. Zach Gardner will step in. Pitch to Gardner is a fly ball out to right. Luke Brown coming in. Right fielder, he'll make the catch 2 away.
Next up, number 28.
Let's get bring in Caden Wild. 2 pitches, 2 outs. Pitch to Wild. And for a called strike, 0-1. Nolan Long is not going to get the immaculate inning this inning. 0-1 is a ground ball to second baseman Cubby Cortez. He'll throw to first, and that's going to do it. Nolan Long finishes the fourth inning on 4 pitches.
Inning.
That's going to do it here in the top of the fourth. We are scoreless heading to the bottom of the fourth inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata, bottom of the 4th inning. We are scoreless between the Crabs and the Honors. Due up for the Crabs, it will be Luke Reese, Cavanasaurus, and Luke Brown. Both teams with only one hit. There has not been a whole lot of offense.
At bat for your Humble Crabs, number 4, Luke Reese.
Pitch to Reese. This is just high, 1-0.
Flied out in his first at bat.
Jack, you know it's the bottom of the 4th, right? One-0 is a pop foul off to the right onto F Street. 1-1. One pitch.
Oh.
Whoa, right at Luke Reese's head, but he ducks out of the way. It's 2-1. Two-one pitch misses outside, and it's 3-1. The 3-1 misses up high, ball 4. Leadoff walk for the Crabs. Let's go bring in Cavanasaurus.
Third walk issued by Fields. Soros himself walked his first at bat appearance. Excuse me.
Throw to first, and Reese is back in safely. Pitch to Soros, high and inside, 1-0. Jake Fields has really been establishing the inside part of the plate on this Crabs hitters.
I'll say establishing is the word. Yeah.
Brushing him off. 1-0 is a fly ball out to center field. Gracer broke back, and now he's racing in. That's a good drop in front of him for a blue pit.
He misplayed that.
Yeah, misread that fly ball. Break for the Crabs. It's first and second, nobody out. And that's to bring in Luke Brown.
Brown fly to center his first at bat.
Well, now would be a great time for Luke Brown to come through offensively for the Crabs. I believe the Crabs have had a runner in scoring position the first 3 innings.
Indeed they have.
They have not capitalized. Brown, he shows bunt, bunts it right to the left of the pitcher's mound. Fields picks it up, throw to first, just in time, but a great sac bunt by Luke Brown, moving runners to second and third.
Well done.
Let's bring in Andrew Crane. Big chance in the game for the Crabs to get on the board first. Infield is all the way back for the Honors. Willing to trade an out for a run here. Pitch to Crane is in the dirt. Briefly gets away from Johnson, the catcher, but gets to it. 1-0. Pitch inside, 2-0. Again, Andrew Crane has to duck out of the way.
Establishing the inside part of the plate and headhunting are two different things.
Quite a few pitches have gone near Crabs hitters' heads. And
I don't think he's
No, he's obviously he's not doing it on purpose.
No.
Pitches in there for a strike, 2-1, but
he's trying to pitch inside for sure.
I don't think it doesn't matter if a pitcher is doing it on purpose or not. The dugout's not going to be too happy with that.
Yeah.
But I have no reason to believe he's doing it on purpose. Obviously, the 2-1 is a fly ball out of play off to the right on F Street, and it's 2-2.
That foul ball brought to you by College Redwoods, expertise and affordability, a hidden gem in the trees.
Starting to see more blue sky now, especially out
it's burning
on
off.
F
It's
Street.
into a lovely day.
Field steps off. And they're going to call a balk, and the Crabs are going to have the lead. So the Crabs take the lead on a balk by the pitcher, Jake Fields. And they lead 1-0. Well, the one thing the Crabs are very good at is capitalizing on the other team's mistakes, and well, they just did that there. So a run in, runner at third, 1 out. 2-2 count to Andrew Crane.
Now they've got the infield drawn in.
The 2-2 pitch misses inside, 3-2. They're only willing to trade 1 run for an out, not 2.
Well, with as well as Nolan Long is pitching, I mean, not surprised.
Yeah, that's right. Nolan Long's been very good so far. 3-2 pitch, lone outside, ball 4. So Crane works the walk. It's first and third, 1 out. That's going to bring in the top of the order in Cubby Cortez.
Well, now they'll go back to double play depth. So in a way, that's actually kind of a break for
Yeah, that's right.
for the honors.
And they're going to have a meeting at the mound.
Water containers can be filled at the water filtration station.
Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Compass Community Credit Union. Want a better bank? Try a better credit union. Compass Community Credit Union has been around for over 72 years, serving Humboldt County by guiding members to better banking, and by North Coast Mercantile. Family owned and operated, serving Humboldt County since 1951. North Coast Merc brings you a fantastic assortment of domestic import and craft beers, as well as wine, spirits, non-alcoholic beverages, and snacks. Check out the North Coast Merc's Titus trailer in the new right field beer garden in the Arcata ballpark. 8 taps featuring local microbrews, wine, and cider. Right, meeting over. Let's see if the Crabs can add on here. Run coming in on a balk. First and third, 1 out. Cubby Cortez at the plate. Pitch to Cortez, a swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. I mean, the balk that they called, it was not obvious. He must have done something very, very subtle. And, I mean, it doesn't take much to be called a balk. The 0-1 runner goes from first. It's a called strike to throw down to second. And Andrew Crane's a dead duck. I mean, that was a great throw by Ben Johnson.
Right,
a great tag by Bobby Brown, the shortstop. That was executed perfectly. So 2 down now. And a runner at third. Crabs have run into a lot of outs this season.
Yes, they have. This series.
0-2, outside 1 and 2. Yeah, you're right.
Friday
this
night.
Series especially. The 1-2 pitch. And I don't know how that didn't hit Cubby Cortez. That basically went behind him.
I thought it went between his legs and caught.
Somehow I missed him. It's
Somehow
2 and
missed
2.
him. I don't know.
Two pitch, misses inside, and check down
The
to
catcher's claiming that he
first.
foul tipped it.
And Michael Cowan is going to make the call that he foul tipped it into the glove, and that's going to do it here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Robin Guyver is not happy. And I mean, the home plate umpire, Michael Cowan, basically made the call after the honors catcher, Ben Johnson, lobbied for it.
So, yeah.
And I think that's what Robin Guyver is saying. I mean, you can't just make the call because the catcher, told you to make the call. You got to make it on your own. And Michael Cowan certainly did not make that call initially.
Well, the thing is, they never listen to me, and yet he's going to listen to the catcher? He's an interested party.
And it takes quite a bit for Robin Guyver to come out and argue a call, and he's still talking to Michael Cowan. But foul tip strikeout's going to end the inning here in the bottom of the fourth. The Crabs get a
Robin's getting
run
hotter now. He was
off
starting
of
to
a
walk
block,
away, and Cowan said something else, and now...
Yeah, let's stay here a bit to see how this goes. And now Robin's going back to the dugout.
Uh-oh.
And now he's back talking some more. And he is still talking, and Michael Cowan hasn't ejected him, but that's about as hot as Robin Guyver you're going to see Robin Guyver get. I mean, he's a very calm coach. He's one of the calmest coaches I have ever seen.
He's still mad, though.
And he is still talking at Michael Cowan. Michael Cowan barking back. At a certain point, I mean, Michael Cowan's going to have to toss him.
Yeah.
But Michael Cowan hasn't done it yet.
Yeah, he's got a lot of patience.
Now let's keep it here since we're commentating on the argument between Robin Guyver and Michael Cowan for so long. There.
You don't hardly see Robin get that angry, but his manager, Shorty Ames, who was here at the ballpark yesterday. That was before your time. Shorty knew how to get mad at an umpire. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Robin really.
Shorty would get up in Don Holfacker's face and turn his cap backwards so that so he could lessen the distance between them, and kick dirt. Shorty was great. I love to watch Shorty get angry.
I really wish I was around watching Crabs games back when Shorty Ames was
Shorty
the manager.
Was the master. Yeah,
he seemed like a very entertaining person to watch.
Yeah. No, he was a great manager.
All right, top of the fifth inning. Nolan Long's still on the mound, and he's going to face Ben Johnston, Matthew Cormier, and James Gracer. After a controversial end to the bottom of the fourth inning where Crabs manager Robin Guyver was not very happy. Pitch to Ben Johnston. Outside 1-0. I give some credit to Michael Cowan. I think a lot of umpires would have tossed Robin after all that arguing, but Michael Cowan stayed calm and let Robin have his piece. The 1-0 is in there for a called strike, 1-1. Got to give an umpire some credit when he doesn't have a super short fuse. Because a lot of umpires do have a short fuse. The 1-1 is a chopper to the shortstop Luke Reese on a couple of hops, though to first, one down.
We had a couple visiting umpires a few years ago who threatened not to do the game if we were going to razz them.
Like
remember that?
Like you and me?
Not me. I offer helpful advice.
And that's going to bring in Matthew Cormier. I don't remember that.
That was a few years ago.
Huh. Cormier is a fly ball out to center field, and in shallow center, it's going to be the second baseman, Cubby Cortez, to make the catch 2 away. Huh, I don't remember that at all. Was I here?
I think so. You remember they were complaining. It was one night they were visiting umpires. They came in. It was a Friday, and of course the band was here. And you know how the band, all of us, we're all.
But like, were they talking about the fans or like us up here?
No, the fans in general. They were complaining that the fans in general were being too.
Oh, come on. You got to have thicker skin than that if you're going to be an umpire.
Absolutely.
I mean, we need more umpires just in general. The pitch is inside 1-0. I mean, people are way too harsh towards umpires, especially at the Little League level, and that's why there's a shortage of people, working the games at the youth level.
Yeah, well, that's people literally getting on the field getting angry,
So people, do need to chill out to a certain degree. The 1-0 is loaned inside 2-0, but
it's all in good fun here.
Yes. Yeah. Not to say that there aren't people that go too far, especially when they've had a few drinks. The 2-0 is low and outside, and it's 3-0. And we do, as much as we give the umpires a hard time, we really do appreciate their work. Without the umpires, we wouldn't have a game. The 3-0, high and outside, ball 4.
A good crew.
Yeah, good group of local guys that do all the games. Yeah. And, of course, this series we have a couple of visiting umpires, as we do a few times this season, which I think is good because it's good to have some fresh eyes on, on the game. I think there's always a chance for some bias to set in if you have the same umpires working every single game. Caleb Chance will step in, runner at first, 2 outs. Pitch to Chance in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. Yeah, one pitch is a ground ball right to the shortstop, Luke Reese. He gloves it, throw to second for the force, and that's going to do it here in the top of the 5th. The Crabs lead at 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to the ballpark, bottom of the 5th inning. The Crabs lead the honors 1-0. And due up for the Crabs, it's going to be Peyton Miller, Colby Lunsford, and Billy Ham. Crabs trying to add on in a tight game. It's been a good series. Bercovich, of course, winning game 1. Crabs coming back, winning last night. This honors team has been very good, very competitive.
Yeah, I'd like to see this team continue to come to the ballpark. Maybe next year again. Be great.
I would hope so. The pitch to Miller is low, 1-0. I mean, after last weekend,
yeah, who was that last
two
weekend?
games where
the Seals
that were both mercy ruled. Well, it was the Bay Area Force.
That's right.
Pitches
That's
outside,
right. The Force.
2-0.
Yes, right.
The NorCal Warriors were in on Friday, and they played the Crabs really well. I was kind of sad they weren't in for the whole weekend because that would have been a great series. 2-0 is up high, 3-0, and then the Bay Area Force are just completely outmatched, and both of those games are mercy ruled. But I hope the NorCal Warriors can come back for a full series next season. 3-0, up high, ball 4. So Peyton Miller works a 4-pitch walk, and that's going to bring in Colby Lunsford. Crabs have had plenty of runners on base. They just have not. They've only cashed one run, and that was on a balk. The Crabs seem to score a lot off of everything except for hits.
Yeah, no,
they score on errors.
They score on gifts, and then they rely on defense and pitching.
Yeah,
mostly this season has been mostly defense and pitching.
Pitch to Lunsford in there for a strike, 0-1. We were talking about this earlier, but most of the Crabs' offense has been seen on the road. I mean, on the road, they've hit very well. Medford, Walnut Creek, and San Luis Obispo. The bats are really out. But here at home, the offense has not been as prolific. Pitches up high, 1-1.
I mean, they only have 8 home runs as a team. We've had guys in the past who've had 8 runs all by themselves.
Yeah, that's right. 1-1 is in the dirt, and it's 2-1. Even the games where the Crabs lost in Walnut Creek, I mean, they got a lot of offense going. They just blew the games late. And then there was the one game in San Luis Obispo where they just completely shut down the Crabs in that 5-0 win. The 2-1 is chopped foul on the third base line as Peyton Miller was going. We'll have to return to first. But that 5-0 loss by the Crabs was the only road game where their offense is shut down.
I mean, just think, they have 270 hits on the season coming into the game. 207 were singles.
Yeah, that says a lot. The 2-2 is popped foul out of play. It's still 2-2, I think.
For your safety,
Yeah, if you're going to show anybody a stat that really
you want that baseball get
shows how the 2023 Crabs are, I mean, that's what you show them. The percentage of hits that are singles. Which
Lots of infield hits.
A lot of times have gotten it done. Throw to first, and Miller's back in safely, but the Crabs just have not gotten a ton of big hits, especially here at home.
And not a lot of power.
Colby Lunsford, he's hit a couple onto the freeway. 2-2 is grounded fouled on the third base line. Still 2-2. Colby Lunsford crushed a home run in San Luis Obispo. And there are big light towers out in left field at Sinsheimer Stadium, and he hit one right off of the light tower. Pretty spectacular. Maybe it has to do with the weather. I think in the warmer weather climates, maybe the Crabs just hit better. Throw it to first, and Miller's back in safely.
Maybe it's just a lack of sunlight.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, you know, kind of hard to see when there's no sun.
Yeah, you might be right. 2-2, right down the middle, called strike 3. Good pitch from Jake Fields. 1 down.
Or just lack of vitamin D. I think that I'm suffering.
I mean, a lot of these guys, like you, Benjamin, are from
Yeah.
warmer weather climates. So, I mean, I can't say how much of a factor that actually plays, but it could play a tiny bit of a factor. I mean,
Yeah.
these guys might just be more comfortable in warmer weather.
They're pulling Fields out of the game.
And Fields is going to come out of the game. So we're going to have a pitching change here in the bottom of the 5th with a runner at first and 1 out. Crabs lead 1-0. We're going to go back to the studio for a 1-minute break. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata, bottom of the 5th inning. The Crabs lead the Honors 1-0. We have a new pitcher in the game for the Bercovich Honors, and that's number 23, Jason Krakowski. He's going to face Billy Ham.
It's funny they took out Fields after he struck out Lunsford looking. I don't know if he was on maybe he was on a pitch count limit or something.
I mean, that's what I would think. Well, he's on a pitch count. I mean, he was doing pretty well.
Yeah.
He's in a groove. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Humboldt Distillery. For over 10 years, Humboldt Distillery has been producing award-winning spirits. Humboldt Organic Vodka has now grown to become #1 best-selling vodka in California. Smooth enough to sip and perfect for mixing. Look for the bottle with the crab on it. Learn more at HumboldtDistillery.com. And by Humboldt Premium, Humboldt County's premium cannabis dispensary. Open 7 days a week. We offer in-store purchases, curbside pickup, and free delivery. Located at 1131 Broadway, Eureka. Phone number is 707-496-0506, and you can visit HumboldtPremium.com. All right, the situation is there's a runner at first and 1 out, and Billy Ham is up at the plate. Crabs lead 1-0. Run coming in the bottom of the 4th inning on a balk. Pitch to Ham in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 in there for a called strike, and it's 0-2. Krakowski. It looks like he throws pretty hard. Over to first, and Miller's back in safely, but the ball gets away down the right field line. That's going to allow Miller to go to second on the error by the pitcher, Krakowski. It's now a runner in scoring position.
Yeah, Krusty Krab is making his appearance at the ballpark. And I see he's got his superhero mask on his cap.
After the spill he took on Friday, I'm happy to see him back.
He lost his head.
Yeah,
Friday.
Oof.
Now that's resilience.
Yeah, oh, man. Lose your head and then you come back. The 0-2 is up high, 1-2. And Friday, Krusty was in a race with
Bigfoot.
Safety Sam from
is that Safety Sam? Is that his name?
I think that's what his name is,
No,
the
Sam,
cone.
okay.
And a Bigfoot from Bigfoot days. 1-2 pitch is a high chopper up the middle. Bobby Brown's going to field it behind second, throw to first, and
Nice play.
just in time. What a play by Bobby Brown, the honors shortstop. 2 away. Miller goes to third on the play. But yeah, Krusty.
Yeah.
I mean, the race was basically between Krusty and Bigfoot because the Safety Sam didn't really
not really very
try
fast.
all that hard.
Safety cone is not really your fastest running.
Well, and
person.
I mean, you don't want to be fast if you're a safety cone. I mean, you're supposed
want to stay in place.
You want to go speed limit.
Yeah.
Pitch is swung on and missed by Griffin Myers. It's 0-1. I mean, you want to set a good example by going nice and slow.
That's right.
But then Krusty tried to win, but then he kind of took a tumble and lost his head. 0-1, a swing and a miss. Nasty slider from Krakowski. It's 0-2. So we're happy to see that Krusty's recovered and is back in the ballpark. The 0-2 grounded fouled on the first base line. Still 0-2. If you look at most of the field, it's still overcast, but out in right field, off towards F Street, it is mostly blue sky.
Yeah, the sun's definitely burning through.
0-2 is outside, 1-2. I don't know.
Turning into a nice afternoon.
On my walk over to the ballpark, I really was not very optimistic about the sun poking through. It was misty, and I was like, well, it's going to be one of those days.
It's looking pretty nice now.
1-2 is Lash towards the first baseman. Cormier is going to pick it up himself, take it to first, and that's going to do it. Here in the bottom of the 5th inning, again, the Crabs strand a runner in scoring position. They lead at 1-0 as we head to the top of the 6th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata, top of the 6th inning. The Crabs lead the Bercovich Honors 1-0. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Crestmark Millworks. Crestmark Millwork is a local manufacturer of custom cabinetry and millwork for commercial projects throughout California and Oregon, creating signature elements of extraordinary spaces since 1997. Crestmark's amazing creations can be seen at crestmarkmillwork.com. Here in the top of the 6th against Nolan Long. He has pitched very well through 5. He will face top of the order in Bobby Brown, Jackson Nystrom, and Malachi Francois. As Krusty makes another pass through the ballpark. Pitch to Brown is a fly ball out to right. Luke Brown will take a few steps back out in right field and make the catch, one away. And that's going to bring in Jackson Nystrom.
Eric Tallman from Cary, happy early birthday. Go Crabs.
Nystrom's 0 for 2, 2 flyouts to right field.
Uncharacteristic for Jackson Nystrom. First 2 games, he was very good. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Didn't he have 6 hits through 2 games?
Yeah.
First 2 games. 0-1 is low and inside, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch is a swing and a miss again, 1-2. That breaking ball from Nolan Long has fooled Nystrom a couple of times. One-two pitch swing and a miss again, strike 3. It's dropped by the catcher Soros. He's going to throw down to first to complete the out, 2 away.
Sun's coming out, and Flan at the souvenir stand. Flan's got you covered with hats, including straw hats.
Let's bring in Malachi Francois.
Sold out earlier in the season. They have
0 for 2.
available at the souvenir stand in the center. And
Been quiet since that home run Friday night.
I was about to say. What a spectacular home run that was. That was crushed onto the freeway on Friday night. Pitches in there for a strike, 0-1. As I said earlier, I think that's the hardest hit home run I've seen from either team. The Giants do something. Pitches outside, 1-1. J.D. Davis with a home run. Very nice. Giants up 1-0.
This is the last game before
1-1.
the All-Star break, right?
And therefore called strike 1 and 2. Yeah, when you were gone, I was talking about how this next week is going to be the darkest week in sports.
Yeah.
1-2 is in the dirt, 2-2, especially on the off day on Monday. Don't really want to watch the home run derby.
Yeah, this whole All-Star thing's never been very interesting to me.
I mean, I'd watch the All-Star game if there wasn't always a Crabs game happening on the same night, which I'd rather watch a Crabs game than the All-Star game, I'm going to be honest. Even though the MLB All-Star game is one of the better All-Star games in sports, the 2-2 is popped up out of play off to the right on the F Street, still 2-2. I mean, the Pro Bowl is a complete joke now. The NBA All-Star game has recently become a complete joke. The NHL All-Star game is a complete joke. The MLB All-Star game is actually pretty decent. The 2-2 is a line drive. Caught by the second baseman, Cubby Cortez. I thought that was going to go over his head, but he just reached his glove up and made a great catch. That's going to do it here in the top of the 6th inning. The Crabs lead the honors 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata, bottom of the 6th inning. The Crabs lead the honors 1-0. Up for the Crabs, it will be Luke Reese, Kavana Source, and Luke Brown against Jason Krakowski. Second pitcher in the game for the honors. Well-pitched game so far, only 3 hits between the two teams. Pitch to Reese in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. The 1 in the dirt, and it's 1-1. One pitch misses up high, and it's 2-1. Two-one swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. Good low fastball there from Krakowski. 2-2 is a pop-up to shallow right field. Wild, the right fielder coming in. He's going to call off his second baseman and make the catch one away.
Fireworks night happening this year on the 22nd.
And it's going to bring in Cavanasaurus. Now the blue sky is starting to open up over the field. Still some clouds out in the outfield, but right over home plate in the infield, it is blue skies. Pitch to Soros is popped up. Shallow right field again is going to be the second baseman chance to make the catch two away.
Reese and Soros both really late on fastballs from Krakowski.
Well, Krakowski, when he was warming up, but I think it was Finn who said that it looks like he throws really hard. So high velocity there that the Crabs are dealing with. Going to bring in Luke Brown. Crabs will face the Alameda Anchors Tuesday and Wednesday. I believe they played us last season.
Oh, did they? I wondered about that.
They
It must have been while I was out last season.
Pitch to Brown in there for a called strike. It's 0-1. Yeah, it could have been.
Because I have never heard of them. I think it's interesting they're coming in before the Admirals, which makes sense, right? First you anchor, and then the Admiral comes
right.
in.
The 0-1, that ties Luke Brown up. He went around. 0-2. That's right. I didn't notice that.
It's like a whole nautical week coming up.
Yeah, really. That's great. 0-2. And another check swing, check down to third, and third base umpire Topo Padilla says that Luke Brown did not go around. It's 1-2.
Last call for 50-50 going on. Last call.
The 1-2 pitch, a swing and a miss. Strike three, nasty breaking ball from Krakowski. Sends down Luke Brown. That's to do it. Here in the bottom of the sixth, the Crabs fail to score, but they lead it 1-0 as we head to the top of the seventh inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball at ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata. Top of the seventh inning, the Crabs lead the Honors 1-0. Nolan Long still out on the mound. He's been great. He's only allowed a hit through 6 innings.
He sure has, but I see now that Colton Wolfling is.
Oh, we have not seen.
Is out getting warmed up in the bullpen.
We have not seen Colton Wolfling in a while.
To get that adult soda.
Zach Gardner will lead it off, followed by Caden Wild and Ben Johnston. I believe Colton Wolfling was injured in a relief appearance Pitch is in there for a strike 0-1 a while ago.
Well, actually, it's Wolfing and Tucker both went out there. I don't know who's going to start warming up, and now I see that
The one
Chavez
swing and a miss, and it's 0-2.
Chavez is out there too.
Try not to announce the error so late. I think Robin was looking up at you a little annoyed.
Though 2 is low and inside, 1 and 2.
I'm just letting you know, because he kind of gave us a look.
1-2, misses just inside, and it's 2-2. 2-2 is a fly ball out to center field. Andrew Crane really doesn't have to move very much at all. The center fielder makes the catch 1 down.
Gardner's 0 for 3.
Number 28, Caden Wild.
And that's going to bring in Caden Wild.
0 for 2. They only have 1 hit in the game, and that is Grosser.
Pitch to Wild is outside 1-0. Reminder to Tyler back in the Bi-Coastal Media Studios, we're going to keep it here at the end of this half inning so that everyone can hear the Crabgrass Band perform Take Me Out to the Ball Game. The 1-0 is low and inside, 2-0. In there for a called strike, and it's 2-1. 2-1 swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. The Giants game and the Crabs game both have the same score, 1-0. The home team ahead in both cases. Two pitch, high and outside. Count goes full 3-2. Nolan Long's only walked 2 this game so far. 3-2 pitch right down the middle. Beautiful pitch. Called strike 3. Completely freezes Wild.
No soup for you.
Indeed. 2 away. This can bring in a pinch hitter. Mason Hanshaw. He started on Friday and then pinch hit yesterday, I believe. Pitch to Hanshaw, low and inside, 1-0.
He did start on Friday, and Friday night he was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts.
Is in there for a called strike, 1-1. One lashed, fouled on the third base line. It's 1-2. One, two called, strike 3, and Nolan Long has just been dominant through 7 innings of this ball game. The Crabs lead it 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning, and we're going to keep it here as it is the 7th inning stretch. And you will shortly hear the world-famous Crabgrass Band perform "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
Brewing Company, Humboldt Cider, and Trinity River Vineyards. Time now, limber up and get ready. It's time for the 7th inning stretch.
Turn up. It's not a tuba, it's a sousaphone. It's a sousaphone.
The tuba made for marching.
John Phillips, whatever his name is. There we go. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and crackers, Jack. I don't care if I ever get back for it's root for the crowd. If we don't win, it's a shame. It's a float. It's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old.
All right, the world-famous Crabgrass Band, great as always. Bottom of the 7th inning, Crabs lead at 1-0.
Andrew Crane.
And due up for the Crabs is going to be Andrew Crane, Cubby Cortez, and Peyton Miller. Crabs trying to add on. They have scored 1 run, which is held up so far, and that run came in on a balk. Pitch to Crane is low, 1-0. The 1-0 pitch is fouled straight back to the screen. It's 1-1. The 1-1 in there for a called strike, and it's 1-2. One-two pitch called, strike 3. Man, Krakowski, he's been
pretty good too.
pretty dominant so far. 1 away. It's gonna bring in Cubby Cortez.
Leading the lineup for your home Crabs.
Crabs only have 2 hits.
16, Cubby Cortez.
Yeah, they really, like I said, the only run has come off of a mistake by the honor starting pitcher. That's really been the entire offense. Pitch is swung on and missed, 0-1. It really wasn't very offensive at all. 0-1 in there for a called strike, and it's 0-2. A 2 swing and a miss, strike 3. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night for Cubby Cortez.
Jeez.
Krakowski is just mowing down these Crabs hitters.
So much for insurance runs.
2 away. This could bring in Peyton Miller. Now, in the inning where they scored that run off the balk, they did do a good job with base running and capitalizing on a wild pitch. Pitch to Peyton Miller inside 1-0. So the Crabs did have to get themselves in a situation where they could score on a balk. Not like they did nothing. The 1-0 is fouled off to the right. It's 1-1. And Peyton Miller getting some rosin, applying it to his bat.
Miller has the only hit for the Crabs. Only 1 of 2 hits. The other one is Soros.
1-1 is popped foul off on F Street. It's 1-2. Yeah, the big boys for the Crabs have really been shut down. I mean, Colby Lunsford's 0 for 3. Billy Ham's 0 for 1. He has a walk.
Myers has hit 3 balls right to the first baseman.
1-2 is swung on a miss. It gets way away from the catcher, and it's going to roll all the way to the Crabs dugout, and Peyton Miller is going to reach on a strikeout wild pitch.
Here comes the bat boy, Felix Rosenthal.
I believe the Crabs reached on a strikeout wild pitch last night, too.
Yes, they did.
I think it was Javi Felix.
Yep.
So runner at first, 2 outs. That's going to bring in Colby Lunsford. Pitch to Lunsford, low and inside, 1-0. In the dirt, crowd nicely by Bercovich catcher. I believe that's Caden Wild behind the plate. The 2-0 pitch misses outside, and it's 3-0.
They got a right-hander warming in the pen for the honors.
The bullpen stirring for the Crabs as well. The 3-0 is popped up right on the infield. It's going to be the pitcher, Krakowski, who's going to make the catch. They let the pitcher get that one. And that's going to do it here in the bottom of the 7th. Again, the Crabs strand a runner on base. That has happened way too often in this game. So we head to the 8th inning. Crabs lead at 1-0. And listen to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to downtown Arcata, top of the 8th inning. The Crabs lead the honors 1-0. And Nolan Long remains out on the mound. He has been dominant through 7 innings. He has only allowed 1 hit. And he's only thrown 79 pitches. And we have a pinch hitter. It's number 14.
That's Keone Takahashi.
He started last night.
Yeah, last night he...
And the pitch is low outside, 1-0.
He was 1 for 2 last night.
1-0 in there for a called strike, 1-1. Nolan Long, if he has a really efficient inning, he could go the distance. The 1-1 misses inside 2-1. Although the last time Robin Guyver let a Crabs pitcher try and go the distance, it was Merrick Sears in the 9th inning in Walnut Creek, and Crabs ended up losing that ball game. The 2-1 is in there for a called strike, and it's 2-2. So Robin might be extremely hesitant to send Nolan Long out for the 9th inning after what happened in Walnut Creek. I mean, Merrick Sears was cruising. He got an out on 1 pitch in the 9th inning, and then it all fell apart. 2-2 is off the hands and foul off to the right, still 2-2.
Expertise and affordability, a hidden gem in the trees.
2-2 pitch is grounded right back to Nolan Long on the mound. He's going to run over to first, and a nice little flip to Billy Ham, and it's 1 away.
Pitch hitting for the honors. Up next, number 5, Tyler Kubo.
Tyler Kubo, he's going to pinch hit. He started on Friday, I believe.
He did. And on Friday, I think he was 0 for 4. Yep.
Pitch to Kubo in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. Now, Brady Chavez, I don't believe he's going to be available today because he pitched like 4 innings last night. Pitches in the dirt, 1-1.
I think we're going to see Tucker.
Yeah, Benji Tucker. Benji Tucker's a guy who has been extremely good when he's hitting his spots.
Lately, he's been on it lately.
Oh, yeah, he's been very on it lately.
He started off a little rough the first couple games, but then, man,
1-1
lately.
grounded right to the second baseman. Cubby Cortez going to pick it up, throw the first 2 away. Yeah, it started off with some control issues, but since then, really,
not now.
It's been very effective. Let's go bring in Caleb Chance. Pitch to Chance. Going inside, 1-0. High and inside, 2-0. Well, so far, our scoreboard operator, Jack, is having a nice, easy day.
That's right.
Only 1-0 in the top of the 8th inning. The only run scoring off of a balk in the bottom of the 4th. The only run in the entire game. I don't think I've ever seen a game where the only run in the whole game has come on a balk. 2-0 is up high, 3-0.
I think you may be right.
I mean, majors or here. .30 is low and inside, ball 4. So 2-out walk to Caleb Chance, and
That's it.
Crab's
Here comes
pitching
Robin.
coach,
Oh, is that Ciccone?
Eric Ciccone, is going to go out there to the mound. So I don't think they're pulling him yet. Crabs Baseball is brought to you by Heart of Humboldt. Heart of Humboldt is a beloved local institution deeply rooted in the vibrant community of Arcata, California. With a rich history and unwavering commitment to our neighbors, our dispensary has become a trusted gathering place for all. Discover a wide range of products and experience the welcoming atmosphere that has made us a cherished part of Humboldt. By Coast Central Credit Union. Anyone can join. When you bank at Coast Central, you directly support $650,000 in giving to local organizations like the Crabs. With great rates, extraordinary service from a team that really cares, in 11 locations, you'll love the credit union difference. So the top of the order, up for the honors, Bobby Brown will step in.
Leading the lineup for the Bercovich honors, number 24, Bobby
Nolan
Brown.
Long, runner at first and 2 outs. Very good. He's only allowed 1 hit through 7 2/3. Pitch to Brown in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. I mean, this start from Nolan Long reminds me of the start from Merrick Sears in Walnut Creek. The 0-1 misses just low, and it's 1-1. Unfortunately for Merrick Sears,
Let's hope it doesn't end similarly.
yeah, hopefully it doesn't end the same way for Nolan Long. Merrick Sears pitched into the 9th, and things kind of fell apart from there. 1-1, runner goes. The pitch is a line drive up the middle, and that's going to be a base hit. Chance was going on the play. He's going to head for third. So be first and third with 2 outs. And we'll see if Nolan Long gets another chance to get the final out of the inning.
Well, this is the first challenge he's really faced.
And I don't see Robin. Oh, there he is.
Comes.
Just as I was saying that, he jumps up and he's going to head out to the mound. And I believe the Crabs are going to make a pitching change. Nolan Long, what a great outing, though. Just his most dominant start of the season by far. 7 2/3 innings pitched.
Yeah.
Only gave up 1 hit, 6 strikeouts, 3 walks.
Yeah, great job.
Just a great job by Nolan Long.
He gets a well-deserved big hand.
Well-deserved standing ovation from the crowd here at the Arcata Ballpark. So runners at first and third with 2 outs. Crabs making a pitching change. We're going to go back to the studio for a 1-minute break. This is Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. Welcome back to the ballpark, top of the 8th inning. Crabs lead it 1-0. There are runners at first and third for the Bercovich honors with 2 outs. And a new pitcher on the mound for the Crabs is number 33, Benji Tucker, relieving Nolan Long, who had a dominant 7 2/3 innings for the Crabs. And Benjamin, do you want to give me Benji Tucker's numbers on the season?
I'd be delighted. Benji Tucker's numbers. What do we got? 8 and a third innings pitched. He's given up six runs. They were all earned. He's walked 5, struck out 8, and the ERA is 6.48. But that ERA does not reflect how well he's pitched lately.
Yeah, the ERA is extremely misleading. I mean, the really tough thing about being a relief pitcher is that you could have a couple of really bad innings, and then it takes so many innings of
good pitch,
flawless work to work that ERA back down.
Yeah,
so,
that's right.
Like you said, the ERA really does not show how he's pitched lately. So Jackson Nystrom will step in. Benji Tucker tries to get the final out of the 8th inning. Brady Chavez, he pitched the last 4 innings, Benjamin, I think. Last night's ball game.
Last night, yeah, he came in and pitched, the last 4 innings.
Shut it down. So he's not, I assume he's not available today.
I don't think we're going to see him today.
Pitch to Nystrom, a swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Bobby Brown started to go and then just stopped. Trying to deke Benji Tucker.
10th spot right here.
The 0-1, a swing and a miss, and it's 0-2.
Did you see that, bro? Bobby just skipped to second base without anybody.
Oh, and Bobby Brown stole second on the play. Did it so subtly, I barely noticed. 0-2, and that hits Jackson Nystrom, and that's going to load the bases with 2 outs. And that's going to bring in Malachi Francois.
Next up, number 19, Malachi Francois. Birthday shout-out sent to booth to Cade from your friends. Happy 13th birthday.
Get one. Strike out number 19.
Some sort of delay on the field. I'm not sure what.
No pressure.
All right. Bases loaded, 2 outs, and the pitch is swung on and missed, and it's 0-1.
Keep that up, number 19.
The 1 is popped up. Behind home plate, Soares dives.
All right.
Behind home plate and makes a beautiful catch near the honors dugout. What a play by the Crabs catcher, Kavanasaurus. And that's going to do it here in the top of the 8th. Defense for the Crabs has not been a letdown this season, that's
Not
for
at all.
sure.
That ball was not hit very high in the air either, and Soares had to really rush to get over there, and that diving catch
Jump out
really.
of the crouch and run
what a
that
catch.
fast in such a short burst. That was incredible. Let's go do it here in the top of the 8th. The Crabs lead at 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. You're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM.
Number 30, Billy Ham.
Welcome back to downtown Arcata, bottom of the 8th inning. The Crabs lead the honors 1-0. Billy Ham will lead it off against Jason Krakowski. Pitch is swung on and missed 0-1, and we've seen a lot of that from Crabs hitters against Krakowski. He has been filthy. Throws hard with lots of movement. 0-1, misses outside, and it's 1-1. 1-1 is lashed into right field for a base hit. Billy Ham finally on the board. Leadoff single. And on first, nobody out. That's going to bring in Griffin Myers.
Myers is at 3 grounders to first so far tonight.
Yeah, aside from that single from Billy Ham, the big boys for the Crabs have not done a whole lot offensively. Pitch to Myers in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. Oh, 1 is in the dirt, and for a second, catcher Wild can't find it, but gets to it quickly. It's 1-1. Score is the same in the Giants game. Giants up 1-0 at home. It's the Colorado Rockies trying to win that series. Crabs trying to win this series. The 1-1 is in the dirt, and it's 2-1. Both of these games have very similar circumstances, the Crabs game and the Giants game. Both home teams up 1-0. Both games are rubber games. Both of the home teams are trying to win the series. 2-1, runner goes, pitches up high, the throw down to second, and Ham is going to have second base stolen as it trickles into center field. But Ham will not advance any further. 3-1, runner in scoring position for the Crabs and nobody out. Three one, a swing and a miss. That's a
way out in
nasty
front of that
slider.
pitch. Yikes. He really fooled him badly.
3-2. Krakowski has been filthy. And pitch is swung on and missed again. Badly fooled. It's dropped by the catcher Wild and throw down to first to complete the out. One away. Ham is going to stay at second.
Here comes the bat boy, Felix Felsenthal.
And that's going to bring in Luke Reese.
Reese has scored the only run of the game for the Crabs.
Number 4, Luke Reese.
Walked in the 5th and ended up scoring on the balk.
Pitch to Reese is in the dirt. And it's 1-0. Crabs are 0 for 7 today with runners in scoring position. Yet if you joined us late, the only run the Crabs have scored in the bottom of the 4th was off of a balk. The 1-0 is swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. One is popped up right field, and the Bercovich right fielder will make the catch 2 away. And was that called a balk? So Billy Ham's going over to third.
Well, how's it a balk if the guy flied out? If Reese flied out, so no, Reese is back in the batter's box. So you're right, it was a balk.
So is Luke Reese? Yeah, he's back
he's
at the
gonna
plate.
hit, yeah.
So yeah, I guess that was a balk. So that means there's only one out. And now the Bercovich manager is out to talk to the home plate umpire, Michael Cowan. That's the second walk in this game.
Folks, we've got half off pies at the concession stand. Half off pies at the concession stand.
All right, Luke Reese, step back into the box.
Happy trails taken. Thank you so much.
I believe it's a 1-0 count. Or it's a 1-1 count. The 1-1 pitch is a line drive past the diving shortstop into center field for a base hit. Billy Ham's going to come in to score, and the Crabs lead it 2-0. So Box from the Honors pitching staff has really benefited the Crabs today.
That turned out to be huge.
The first balk directly resulted in a run, and the second balk, I mean, almost directly resulted in a run.
Well, Reese was out, right? So, yeah.
At bat number 10.
Yeah, you would have been out, a fly ball to right field, but Bach was called before that, and that allowed Billy Ham to go to third, and then Luke Reese hits a line drive up the middle. So runner on first, still one away. Crabs lead 2-0. The pitch to Soros, a swing and a miss. Runner goes, throw down to second, and they got Luke Reese.
Yeah, that was not that close.
Crabs have been caught stealing a lot in this season. Seems like more than usual. Can't really say for sure. But it looks like the Rockies pitcher, Kyle Freeland, hurt himself pretty bad. His shoulder in the Giants game. Was looking at that while the delay was going on. The 0-1 is up high, 1-1.
The Crabs have been caught 16 times, and they have 87 stolen bases now.
And that seems like a higher number than usual. Pitch is a called strike. It's 1-2. One, two is popped up to right field, and the Bercovich right fielder will make the catch, and that's going to do it. But the Crabs score another run. They lead at 2-0 as we head to the top of the ninth inning. Last chance for the Honors. And as we head to the top of the ninth, you're listening to Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM. We'll go back to the ballpark, top of the ninth inning. The Crabs lead the Bercovich Honors 2-0. And Benji Tucker's on the mound to try to close it down for the Crabs and earn themselves a series win against a good team in the Bercovich Honors. They have played the Crabs super tough. It's been a really good series. And I really hope that the Honors can come back next season. We love competitive baseball here at the Arcata Ballpark. Pitch to Zach Gardner is inside, 1-0. Pitch in there for a called strike, and it's 1-1. jumped the gun there. I saw that. The 1-1 is a high chopper down the third base line, fielded by Lunsford. He bobbles it, throw to first, but it's not going to be in time.
Infield hit.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's a hit. It was a chopper down the third base line, and Lunsford had to run in quite a bit to try to glove that. That would have been a really tough play.
Even if he'd caught it cleanly, I don't know if he'd have made the throw in time.
Yeah, Gardner is pretty fast. So leadoff single here in the top of the ninth for the Honors. It's going to bring in Caden Wild. Wild is going to show bunt, and the pitch is bunted right down the third base line. What a beautiful bunt. Billy Ham, first baseman, picks it up. Throw to Tucker covering, and it's not going to be in time.
That was a perfect bunt.
Beautiful bunt hit down the first base line for Caden Wild. Just laid that thing down perfectly.
Wow. Now they've got the tying runs on.
And now Benji Tucker is in some trouble.
Number 9, Mason Hanshaw.
And meeting at the mound. And I believe that's going to bring in Mason Hanshaw. And it will. Hanshaw will step in. And some drama here in the ninth inning. First and second, nobody out. Crabs up 2-0. Hanshaw shows bunt. The pitch is bunted perfectly down the third base line, but Lunsford gets a good jump on it. The third baseman throw down to first, and a good pick by the first baseman, Billy Ham, one away. Good sack bunt. 5-3.
Now a hit's likely to tie the ball game.
That's right. That's a big play there. And that's going to bring in Keone Takahashi.
At bat number 14, Keone Takahashi.
Pitch to Takahashi is low, 1-0. This is outside, 2-0, and now it's pretty much blue skies all the way around the park. Clouds have cleared out
Gorgeous
finally
afternoon.
by the end of the game.
Turning into a gorgeous afternoon.
Benjamin loves it. I mean, I love it too. Don't get me wrong.
Love the sun.
2-0 in there for a called strike, 2-1. I just don't hate the clouds as much as you do.
Well,
I
you
am
can't
not
complain
opposed to
about the
sun.
weather. I mean, so. But yeah, I'd prefer it not to be cloudy all the time.
It is weird when it's foggy and cloudy all the time in July. It's like, July, come on. Expect that in December. The 2-1 is inside and it's 3-1.
And also, people all over the world are sweltering right now, so.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky.
Yeah, we have to count ourselves lucky even if
I mean, even,
it's not as sunny as we'd like. At
areas
least it's not
such
120
as
degrees.
Reading and Chico are just obscenely hot, over 100. 3-1, a swing and a miss. That was a nasty pitch, low and inside by Benji Tucker. That fooled Takahashi. Big moment here in the game. Ours at second and third, 3-2 count. Takahashi with only one out. Crabs are willing to concede a run for an out, obviously up by 2. The 3-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. That's a huge strikeout for Benji Tucker. 2 away, he went low and inside again.
Pitching for Bercovich. Honors, number 3, Ty Clapper.
And that's going to bring in Ty Clapper. Number 3.
Clappin.
Ty Clappin. Pinch hit last night. All right, second and third, 2 outs. Benji Tucker trying to get the save. Pitches inside, 1-0. Does Benji Tucker have any saves, Benjamin?
Let's have a look.
I believe he might have 1 or 2.
He
The
has
1-0
1 for 1.
in there for a strike, it's 1-1. So Tucker already has a save, trying to get a second one. Time is called. It's called by the hitter, Clappin. Fans pounding on the seats here at the Arcata ballpark. The 1-1 pitch, low and inside, 2-1. Two-one pitch, misses way outside, and it's 3-1. First base is open. Walk would not
Better to
be,
walk him than to give him something to hit.
Yeah, walk would not be the worst thing.
Would not.
3-1 pitch, fouled straight back to the screen. The count goes full 3-2.
Now he's going to see the fastball down and in.
Yeah, I believe you're right. I don't think Benji Tucker is going to challenge him too much here. Fans pounding on the seats again. The 3-2 pitch, a slow ground ball to the pitcher. Tucker goes to his left, throw to first, and that's the ball game. Crabs win a close one, 2-0. Great pitching by Nolan Long and Benji Tucker.
Well, pitching was really the story of the weekend, honestly. Last night as well, Sasso and then Chavez.
The story of this game was Crabs basically scoring off of 2 balks.
Yes.
By the honors. I mean,
Yeah, that was something.
Essentially how they scored both runs. The first one was
That's right.
directly off of a balk. The second balk greatly contributed to the second run. So great pitching, great defense. The win goes to Nolan Long, of course. The loss goes to Fields. And the save will go to Benji Tucker, his second. Benjamin, before you go, your thoughts on this ball game?
That was a great game. A lot of fun to watch. Always great to see competitive baseball. Let's hope that these guys can come back again next year.
All right. For Liam Warner, along with Benjamin Schaefer, we will be back on Tuesday at 7 o'clock against the Alameda Anchors. Thanks for listening and watching, everybody. This has been Crabs Baseball, ESPN 107.3 FM.